Hell yeah, time to crash. Let's go. My god, my tablet. Sunny. Alright, now what? Today it's kind of doing junk again. I'm just gonna get warmed up properly this time. Okay, I gotta do this real quick. What's up? Hey, it's not supposed to go through this. I think this is... I'm just gonna go back. Eventually it's gonna go down some copyrighted stuff, so I'm just gonna go to something that's not. Yeah, I mean that's true, I suppose. We'll revisit this situation sequence. Iya, kita ada. Hello, Dubai. Looks like Mia won't be joining us today. Today will be kind of a shit, where's my server, Rusky? There you go. I have acquired a new computer. I just need to set it up. So next Monday we can resume normal operations as long as there's no hiccups on the setup. Yeah, I have another server called Me Server. That one predates our server by like 4 or 5 years or something. It's a lot of Me servers. Very square up, very angular. Sorry, very angular shapes. So angular. I can appreciate like rendering like this way more now, because it's just an additive process of going from like a white base color and then slowly putting in big shapes and slowly putting in smaller shapes in the big. Makes so much sense now. Traditional? I see. Holy crap, what am I looking at? It looks very good. I mean, it looks very impressive, but I don't know if it looks that good, personally. It's very hard to... It's just so insanely noisy. What am I looking at? How do you draw this, actually? I don't really get it. Is this digital? Holy shit. Oh my god. It looks like markers. The digital equivalent of markers. This is digital, right? It looks kind of like a... It looks so traditional to me. From someone who has never done traditional before. Yeah, that's kind of traditional. Everything has texture. Everything's kind of roughed up. And then the ink's behavior really feels like watercolor of markers overlapping. What? Twitter is kill? Holy shit. Anyways, thank you, Duvet. Oh, wait, I think I'm sorry. Sorry, I just remembered something. Where is it? Kokoka? What is that? That's why it's nice to write things down. Because when new thing pops up, I know that some things are accounted for and some things are not, and then I still have a consolidated place for me to put all the information. Oh yes, thank you, Duvet. Sorry, I just saw your message with regards to the new PC. It's It's good. I haven't even turned it on yet. I'm not even sure if it works. Maybe it's broken or something. But oh wait. I think this year would be nice to not just like work on art, but also set some stuff up adjacent. So yeah, the Live 2D stuff is one of them. I guess we can color code this a little bit. Stuff that are similar. Stuff that's just normal work. And then there's stuff that's general planning. This is just general work. And then this here is our most serious stuff. The color coding doesn't really make a lot of sense. It doesn't have any severity worked into the colors. But yeah, anyways, I was thinking of maybe we can set some like a website up or something this year. Would be interesting. I already have like multiple websites set up before. I think all of them kind of died though over time. No maintenance and no usage of it either. I'm gonna abandon that real quick. I just want to get warmed up, but I'm getting too stuck in trying to figure out shapes and stuff that I like. That is not the point of the warm up, so I need to do something else that makes more sense here. Today is just kind of doing random stuff. Sorry, did I say that already? I think I probably said that. Where is the... Did I get baited? I think I got baited. Before all day, indeed. I actually want to do some light animations maybe, because there's this new Genshin character that got released, right? And she's got some really good movements and stuff. And then she just kind of dances like this. I can make Faye dance if we have the perfect reference here, right? Like this loop where she's just raising a leg and moving the arms and turning her torso. We can do something simple. Set that up. Like not everything, right? But we can do a little bit. And because it's a 2D reference, it should be pretty as much help as I can get, you know, essentially, to try and do something like this. Currently I just want to warm up a little bit with my hands. It would. None of these are really gonna be completed. I just kind of want to do it. Also, like, until I sort out my direction, right? That, like, part of the to-do list is to sort out the sort of direction for this year and the objective and the goals and all like the markers, landmarks, milestones. Until those things are truly finally set up, this year will be kind of a little bit messy in terms of organization and work done. So what I'm saying is I'm trying to come up with excuses for doing stupid shit. By saying that what I'm doing is also kind of already stupid anyways. But of course the focus this year... The thing is, I am also not really sure. But we definitely still need to work out some kind of consistent workflow and rendering style. That kind of stuff. Definitely still needs to be worked out. But the more I do render, the more I realize I kind of really hate it. And if I can find like my own direction here, I'm trying to figure out what my art is really for. The current issue is that I don't really know what is it for. I want to use it to explore worlds and stuff. But if rendering is going to be such a pain in the ass, I don't know at this point. We're still going to try and work towards it for sure. But direction might change depending on what my answer for this year's target, what the final solution is supposed to be for my own planning and stuff. We'll see, anyways. The only invariant in my entire plan is that I'll just be doing art of all forms. But with respect to the medium and the objective and the complexity and all that, those things will probably change quite a bit over time, I imagine. Which is great, I think. And I think that's the one true benefit of not relying on art as a job, right? As a bread maker, is that I can do whatever the hell I want. I can do any number of medium, any number of ideas. And as long as it helps me achieve my goals, which I am also not 100% sure what it is. Because creating a world is kind of vague. Currently, I'm taking creating the world as do everything. Music, art, animation, game, whatever. Bots, right? Chat bots. Coming out with personalities, character design, live 2D, if it takes, like, if that's what it takes. We just figure everything out. It's only one way forwards. Wait, no, that's not how it works. It's only one way to go. That's forwards. Forwards. Too big of a... Channel is gonna be such a fucking mess. But it's gonna be my mess, which is the best. That's what it's all about. Yeah, I truly wonder where is it that I'm trying to go here. It's kind of hard to figure that out now. I don't remember what my dreams were from the past. And my situation has just changed way too much that I can no longer try to figure out what is it I was thinking. But yet I'm too stubborn to give up and just like do something new. Right, I don't think most people are so caught up on what is it that they really like thought that they wanted to do as a kid or something like that maybe. People grow up, quote unquote, figure out something new for themselves. I don't really want to cover her up. I'm gonna do this instead. Target. I'm getting a weird vibe here. Not a very clear sequencing here. But it's nice though nowadays, like when we sketch shit like this, it's just kind of loosey-goosey, but it comes out still decently okay. Target is huge. Beam it down and then lock it. This probably needs to push a little bit more. And then transit over into... No, does it transit? No, it does not. Okay, never mind. Maybe. I don't know. The read is not clean here. Version. Hello, the virus. Yellow. previous.
Lama.
Let's just celebrate it real quick.
I'll be right back.
One, two, three, four.
Hello, George. Yellow. Okay, the sequence is fine. It is. Everything is operating normally. Everything is somewhere nominal. No real issues here. Yeah, so I just want to briefly mention that we're still doing junk today. We're not really working on anything too big. Not like in the short term anyways. I did get a new computer today, but I haven't even got a chance to turn it on yet. Not because I don't have time, but because I can't be bothered. It should, by all means, be quite exciting. Right, it's a 5070, so it's like double the amount of power that my current 2070 Super has. Right, and it's got the next generation. Well, compared to my 6 years ago, we're not talking next generation as in like today's next generation. We're talking like, I don't know, like 6 years ago's next generation. It's a Ryzen 7. Because my previous one was a Ryzen 5, I think it was. What am I gonna do with the old one? I'll tell you what I'm gonna do, George. I'm gonna open up a museum and then I'm gonna put it in there. I don't know yet. I think the old one is actually fine. Like, it still works. There's actually no issue other than like that kind of unsolvable GPU problem, right? I think I want to find something for it to do, like something computational. The only issue that I kind of have at the moment, like, so think about it, like our Discord bot, for example, I'm currently paying like, what is that, $6, $8 out of my butthole in order to have it run on a DigitalOcean node. I can use my own system now, right? But I do have to pay the dollar bills for the electricity. So we have to figure that out if that's worthwhile or not. But yeah, I wouldn't say train AI. Is nowhere near enough power to train AI. Not that we really need to train it for anything at this point in time. Like if we want to do like a chatbot or something, maybe. But I think if like, for example, actually this is probably a better idea. Yeah, I'll just use it as a server to run some other stuff. Like for example, if you want to make like animations, like cheap animations, like stickers and stuff that can appear on stream, and then we want to make a custom plugin for it, we do need something to monitor chat, right? I can use that computer to monitor chat. I don't have to run it on this computer. That new computer can probably handle the everything, is what I think. But like, I can always just have it on the other thing. Anyway, find some use for it. The only problem is we don't really have enough monitors. And keyboards and mouse and headset and everything and mic, right? But I do have a Switch. The Switch is able to switch my headset, my mic, my keyboard, and my mouse between the two computers. The only thing that doesn't really switch are the two displays, the monitor as well as my tablet. But tablet is just going to be connected to the new computer. We just use the new computer. The old computer would probably require some manual, either channel changing if I can find like another HDMI cable, or I will have to climb under the desk every time I want to switch a computer. Either one works. Don't really care too much. Currently, but yeah, it's kind of exciting, I suppose. I should be more excited, but honestly, all I can think of is the amount of work that I have to put in order to get it set up. Today, I made some backups of my data, stuff that I need to carry over, like OBS settings and stuff. So tomorrow, all I need to do in theory is to just turn it on, delete all the bloatware, do all the privacy settings, run some GitHub tools in order to like truly nuke all the AI stuff off of Windows 11. Then I'm gonna bring in my stuff, I'm gonna set everything up, I'm gonna do some tests. If everything runs fine, then we'll start streaming on that computer on Monday. And we can go back to doing something more complicated without worrying that things are gonna crash. Which is great. Yummy, yummy. Oh, and then, yeah. One more thing I added, by the way, to the to-do list is maybe like a website. I've been thinking that we kind of want a place where... How do I say this? It's like... This kind of ties... Like, okay, so... Oh man, where do I even start? Every time I want to say something, I realize that there's something that should preface what I'm about to say. So I keep taking a step back. So here's how it is, right? We started off our journey to find a style so that I can draw stuff and then do world design and build my own world, right? Again, the goal is to build our own world. But being that it is building your own world is very vague, and that's a good thing, right? Because it means we're not tied down to doing anything. But then rendering everything so far has made it feel like it's just too much of a pain in the ass. So I don't really know where we're going with that regard. But regardless of which direction we go, I think currently there is no consolidated place where things are sort of collected and archived. Everything that we have done thus far in my entire life, not just the stream, it's just kind of scattered about everywhere. I think it would be nice to have like a consolidated website that just documents everything. That being said though, I don't think it will document everything under the sun. It would just document everything that's useful towards this project of building my own world. So it would be basically the home of all my characters. It will be the place where all the ideas are sort of gonna be posted, evaluated, maybe removed. Like, it's just kind of like an archive. I don't really know what the website is gonna look like because the function of the website is still a little bit unclear, because there's two ways about it. One is a sort of website that's for humans, right? Like that's for us as artists, for myself as an artist, for myself as a creator, to just kind of document and talk about stuff and put down ideas. That's number one. Number two, it can be a website that presents the ideas, right? So there's a difference between the two in the sense that one is like behind the scenes and one is like the truly sort of like the final project and stuff being released. But now that I mentioned it like this, I don't think it's possible to do the latter simply because we don't have enough material. But I think eventually it will be developed into some kind of website where it's just an experience, right? You will not go there to figure out what is it I'm doing or like the other art that I've done about like Fubuki or something, like fan art and stuff. You wouldn't find that there. What you will instead maybe see would be maybe storytelling, right? Maybe world design. Just there's things that sort of help you be immersed in the world. Actually, this is what I want to create, perhaps. A place where people can go in and just kind of explore things by themselves. I think it'd be kind of interesting where imagine you open this website and I mean it's kind of like a game, right? I guess without truly making a game. But I think a website would be a nice place to kind of put everything together because you can do art, you can display art, you can play music on the website, you can do animations, you can allow user interaction because people can click around and can see things, they can type things, they can maybe put in passwords and then unlock secret things. And all of that is slightly more lightweight, right? Because it's just a website. People don't have to install or download anything. And secondly, it also doesn't require the complexity of making game assets and engines and stuff like that. Oh, and also if we eventually do 3D stuff, website is still powerful enough to sort of display and let people play with that too. So actually a website is probably like a super duper great place for this, great medium for this, I would say. Eventually we'll want to build it into something more, but I think a website will be the most manageable so far. 3JS, yeah, 3D.js, there's quite a couple of 3D engines out there, I imagine. We wouldn't make a game because once game comes in, that's the whole idea of mechanics. And mechanics is a little bit of a pain in the ass to sort of balance out and make it fun for people to play, right? As you guys would know very well. So we want to take the complexity out because it's nothing to do with sharing ideas. So the objective I think this year is primarily, so this is actually pretty cool. So we want to stabilize art, but beyond stabilizing art, maybe it's more important to just simply have a sort of wave of consolidating and stabilizing ideas. So maybe this is truly the main goal here. The logical conclusion of this year might just be a system of keeping information in archived and presented and clear, so that it can be preserved for myself in the future. Because as of right now, a lot of the stuff that we have done and whatnot is very all over the place. But that is mostly also just my personality, I think. It's not like we have a website I'm gonna magically have all the information organized in a very nicely to understand manner, but at least it'll be consolidated. Yeah. And then maybe we can link it up with Discord and do some stuff for the people who are who have been supporting since the beginning, right? Oh man, it's a lot of work. It's truly a monumentous amount of work. Monumental amount of work. We have to do so many things, but in due time. I kind of want to just wrap up this sketch here, and then I want to tackle some animation. I was showing Duvet this, but like ZZZ released a new character who's got some pretty good moves. I kind of like her walking and running animation, but those turns are a lot harder to do, and it doesn't really serve too much of a purpose in terms of as a sort of like an animated GIF that people can play with, right? But at least the dance, right? Like especially this part of the dance. This part, yeah. Sorry, this one right here, yeah, this one. Because the movement is pretty straightforward. And I can just make Faye dance, and then we do have our reference. This is the perfect reference that you can get. So I do want to try and tackle this later. Obviously, we're not going to be able to get it done in any logical amount of time, but we can just kind of play around. Today is just free and easy, you know, free and easy. It's nice to have days like this where you kind of just do whatever, where you're allowed to just start projects that you're never finished. But yes, George, you're right. Also, like that project that we're talking about, that website would probably take a lifetime to make proper. I keep thinking about like making like there are certain life choices that you kind of have to make already, right? Like for example, do you want to have a family and stuff like that? Because now is the time, right? Things get harder as you go along. There's gonna be a lot more complications as you go along. But then like, no matter how I think about it, I feel like that requires giving up this dream of doing something like this. Because unless this is all I do and then I have family on the side, there's no way I can do a full-time job, do this project, and have a family on the side. That's just not possible. I currently have no idea what exactly my plan is going forwards. But everything is kind of difficult. Especially a lot of the things that I do want to do, like it requires a lot of technical skill. And there's just not enough time in a single person's life to be able to do everything. So I don't know. There's gonna be a lot of problems to solve coming up. Honestly, like I don't even know if it's physically possible to solve all of these problems. Like if you think about it, even if I have unlimited funds right now, right? Imagine I have unlimited money. I don't have to work. I don't have to cook and eat anymore. Maybe someone just eats and cooks for me or something. I don't know. But even then, you have to put together a team that shares the same vision. That is also obviously competent. Hello, G-Talk. And yeah, like I'm truly aghast by the scale of what I say, like what I'm claiming, what it is that I'm about to do, that I want to do here. I don't know how I'm gonna do this. Yeah, anyways, gonna do what we can. We can just keep going until, because it's not that simple too, right? Life, it's not like you just keep working at it and then everything will just go well. At some point there's gonna be more attention, you're gonna need to get people's attention, you're gonna need to get more sort of following and stuff, and then with following, with people comes more problems, and then things get pretty tricky with changing societal standards and people's expectations and stuff that's considered politically correct or incorrect. And I imagine there's gonna be a lot of challenge going forwards. It is truly, truly insane the amount of work that needs to go in here. Yeah. I feel like even if the Avengers come in and help out right now, it's still gonna take a good while to get everything going. Because, I mean, you can just look at Arknights, right, as the thing. That's basically kind of where we want to be, right? Essentially, is what I'm saying. You're able to build out not just the game, not just the lore, not just the world, not just the story. You have so many characters. You have a lot of ways of doing storytelling. You have games, you have anime, you have music, you have manga. But it's okay. I mean, yeah, talking out like this makes me realize that, you know, I don't want to be a negative Nancy, but like it's kind of impossible. Unless everything happened to come together, it's kind of impossible. To be fair, a lot of content creation really is just you keeping at it, and then eventually gathering enough stuff, as long as what you're doing makes sense. And like, you know, has looks good, has quality, people like it. 100 employees appreciate you right now. Not sure what that means, George. But thank you. I don't know what that means, but thank you. Oof. Anyways, I can't imagine doing all that while having a job, while trying to set up a family. I think it's kind of insane. I still have no idea what you're referencing, George. Yes, apologies. My rambling is overwhelming the music, but this is a Madoka remix. No, I get the Griff link. I get the names there. I don't understand what a 100 employee team is, because it seems very oddly specific. Sorry, are you saying 100 employee team is a name, or are you saying there's a team of like 100 employees? I'm kind of confused in that part. Oh, I see. Right. Yeah, I would say it's probably gonna be. I tried. Yeah, like if it's like stuff like Arknights, right? Open world, custom engine, perhaps. A lot of different game mechanics and tiny features here and there. That is kind of absolutely insane, I would say. That is a team of hundreds of people. Because once the team gets too big, you need people to manage them and set schedules and handle all the other miscellaneous issues that come up at that point. That's why the only thing I can do, like after putting everything out there, the only thing that I truly can do and must do is to just set direction. That's the only thing I can do, honestly. Only thing I can do is to just stay true to my own ideas, which I don't really have any at this point. But stay true to the original purpose of the project and put forth ideas. And if people like it, that's great. People can join and help make it come true. People don't like it, then so be it, right? Like it'll be very unfortunate, but at the end of the day, I have to stay true to my own ideas here. And if that's what it means, then it's what it means. I think that I can accept that. Ultimately, I'm just here to kind of satisfy my own sort of personal desire to make something happen. I don't know what to do with this tail. We don't really have a lot of space. Hoba. Yeah, no, that's good. I don't think there's any issue in being self-motivated. That's the only way any of these things can work. Is the thing. Like if you're doing this for someone else, this would never work. You always do things for yourself. That's what I believe. I was having a conversation with Lego Mia the other day about altruism, right? Whether if there's altruism in this world, whether if there's such thing as kindness and all that. Because my point of view is always that like people always act selfishly. That's the whole point of being a person. So I thought that by that definition, then therefore there can be no altruism, because no matter what you do, even if it's for the greater good, even if it appears that you're sacrificing yourself, you're just doing it for yourself still, right? But then that also doesn't make sense, because if everyone is doing it for themselves, then altruism would therefore be the people who are still sort of doing stuff that has a greater good, and not just be the only ones that benefit from the thing. You know what I mean? Like the definition of the word will kind of sort of change to accommodate for this fact, because otherwise the word would have no meaning, which is kind of weird. And Lego Mia also pointed out a great point, is that if you're helping people, I think like feeling good about helping people is part of it. And sure, it is self-motivated that you want to feel good. That's why you help people. But then at the same time, it's like are you supposed to not feel good when you help people? You know, like also doesn't really make a lot of sense. But anyway, I don't know what I'm talking about. Yeah, I don't know. I will still argue that people are doing it to feel good about themselves. It will depend on what exactly feel good means. By like what kind of... I feel like the word feel good might not be very clearly defined, perhaps. Because I don't really know exactly what I mean either. I just think like people are doing it because they can get something out of it. But the getting something out of it part doesn't inherently make it not altruism. Because it's naturally, like, you do want to get something out of it. That you're still helping people. Maybe the altruism part is that they are sacrificing something else. Or maybe the fact that they're not taking a shortcut to feel good. But rather they're choosing to help people to feel good. Maybe it's more like that kind of stuff. No target. $60, huh? Yeah, we try to get there. 60. This is a huge tail. It doesn't really fit her body size, but I also don't really care. Bite me, Lamau. I'm the artist. I can do whatever the fuck I want. Yeah. I can draw everybody pregnant. Holy shit. I physically cannot. Holy crap. Takes so much skill to draw someone pregnant. God damn. Madoka so goated. Holy shit. If everything is simply self-interest, then free will isn't real. Right. How does that work, I wonder? Philosophy is interesting. I feel like because of all the media and stuff that people consume nowadays, there's just a lot less sort of thinking going on, right? Because people are always consuming, they're not producing anymore. It's like less thoughts. Not to say that like philosophy is necessarily that useful per se, but how do I want to deal with this? I just want to put her other hand here. Counter on that side. Yeah, at some point I wish to be good enough so that we can draw stuff that's inspired by music, I think. All the music that I liked in my entire life from the beginning to the end. Yeah, to the end. I can create something that would what exactly? I think like sometimes I hear music and I get inspired and I can see things in my head because I'm insane. But like you get inspired, right? You see things, you get some new ideas. You see a scene unfolding in front of you, perhaps. Sometimes you see it's just from art. Sometimes it's just from music. Sometimes it's from both. I think it would be nice if I can create something to pair up with a piece of music. Something that would kind of like just activate the brains. You see it and like, oh shit, you know, I'm in this space now. And you can consistently do that or something. Because sometimes these things work and then they don't work. I don't know how it works in the head. Maybe there's some like brain chemistry study that sort of dives into what an inspiration is. What is it happening? What exactly is happening in your head when you're getting inspired or stuff like that. Let's put this behind so I don't have to worry about this shit. That'd be interesting to read, actually. Yeah. It's kind of like when you first learn music, like learn to do DJ and stuff, you're learning how to remix, and then later on you make your own original stuff. We start off with like trying to come up with pieces that would fit certain music. And as I get used to that, maybe we can come up with our own music and pieces together. That would be pretty cool. Yeah, that would be nice. That would be nice. That would be a good kind of stuff to work. So rather than posting art, we're posting like both an art and a video. Oh, sorry, and a piece of music. So it's just a music video then. Come on. I need to decide on the style and stuff. Something that's simple and lightweight. But then once there is enough skill with rendering, we can just swap it out anytime, I imagine. It shouldn't be too difficult at that point. I don't know how the foes will look like here. Oh, I see. It's probably like the balance of the foes. Small ones and big ones. Just to have a good variety, I imagine. Just to really work. Not everything should have, yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe we don't touch the cheeks. I kind of like the face proportions this time. that loaded? It's just kind of noisy here. I don't really want to do that. Good enough, I think. Oh, I still need to render hair physics. Why would it be on this side though? Yeah, she's kind of naked on this one, so I just wanted to have some indentations here. And then the hair, how did she get into this position is the thing, because there's sometimes I see people's art and the hair positioning doesn't make sense. If you think about the way they got into the position, the hair would not be visible, it should be on the other side. So like if she... So if this was like the fish top view, and then you kind of get on top, right? And the head is here, and then your arms are like that, your torso, and then your legs are like that. Your hair will go down each side, and then she's just kind of turning and looking at us. So this hair that would have been the side bangs on the other side should not be on this side at all. It's what I would imagine would happen. What I imagine would happen. So if anything, like some of the hair might actually just get folded back or something like. These ones here, yeah, might actually be kind of going back or something. It always makes things more complicated than necessary, perhaps. It's always kind of conflicted if I want to bother. Wait, target? Where is the inside facing? Okay, inside facing. Sure. This one was originally straighter and then wider in the top, right? Rounder at the top. You know what? Don't really want to deal with the shapes right now. I'm just gonna make it say wolf or something. Something that doesn't necessarily make sense. That's good enough. Oh, what is this? This way? Oh, god damn it. Oh, yeah. This works too. Gonna get blocked anyway. We just have a little bit here. Yeah, but if I were to render the physics here, yeah, who cares? Much work. No physics render. Just push. Oh, don't interfere with the boobas. Do not interfere. And then the back hair needs to be a thing here too. A synthwave tribute to Minecraft. Now it's Minecraft remix. Remember in the beginning where I actually put in the video link every time I change the video? Holy shit. That was so long ago. That was really a lifetime ago. Alright, so my main target. I'm gonna ignore that. Where? Here? They look good though. And one day, if we do make it, one day I'm gonna get so many questions about what the hell she is supposed to be. That'd be a good problem to have. And you really just see a bajillion question about what the hell is happening with this character. Naika, I just keep it at this level then. It's already complicated enough, I think. Oh no, I don't want it to come down. Yeah, I don't want it to come down. The appeal here is this specific trend, like this area here between the body and the plush. That is the main appeal, right? So I shouldn't block that. That being said, the wings kind of don't have a spot to go because the ass is here, and this is getting very cluttered on this part. But we have no choice here, I think. The wings are pretty flexible in the sense that we can make it as big and as small as we want, I feel like. I mean, within reason, but like, we've kind of been scaling it up and down just for convenience sake. I'm sure we can figure out some shape later. If that's the case, I don't need to draw this then. We can just use this later as well. Oh no, never mind. Already done with that sequence. Well, okay then, standby is ready then. It's easy for others to convince you. I don't think there's anything to do with philosophy, George. It's just more of what you want, right? Like what do you want out of anything that you do? I feel like it's the thing. I think art is a pretty good example. Like if someone else tell you to draw something a certain way, like you're drawing your art, someone is like, hey, I think your boobas are kind of too big. Are you gonna make it smaller just because they tell you to make it smaller? Or just because they complain about it being big, right? It's about what you want. You want the boobas to be big. So you're gonna make them like two giant ass watermelons. Even if like the whole world is gonna tell you that it's too big. You don't care. In situations like that, I think you will probably have your own opinion. Like when what you want is very clear. In situations where people can convince you easily, maybe it's because you don't really necessarily have a very clear what you want or what you don't want. And that's fine too, right? That's not really a problem. So it really comes down to, I think, what kind of situations do you sort of find yourself being convinced by others easily, where you don't want to as well? You know, if this is the problem that you're facing, that is. And this face is too good. I think I like the proportions and the setup a little bit too much, but it doesn't fit her at all. I'm very confused. Divided on what I want to do. Kind of want to make her a little bit more tsundere because that would be the more natural reaction, but at the same time, it's so good. I at least want to change them up just because they both have the same mount. Maybe I just use back the original actually. Oops. Yeah, I'm kind of divided. I guess it's not a difficult fix at the end of the day. I'm gonna just quickly line it. Oh, I also forgot to do my save setup here. Very dangerous. I should have drawn this one a little bit bigger, I think. Her face is kind of small. I've kind of dropped the Korean thing for now. I've kind of dropped it. Oh my god, stupid ass shoot. It's less of a time thing and more of just a capacity thing. You're forgetting the L, by the way, George. There's an L at the very end. At least I believe there is one. Okay. 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 Yummy, 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 yummy. Yummy, yummy, yummy. Yummy, yummy, yummy. I like how you... Yeah, that's great. I like how you actually, you know, retracted the message, but kept the one that has the actual swear word in it. Professionals have standards. Indeed. Indeedos, bandidos. This is what she's here for. I don't really have a good place to post these things, I think, at this point. Twitter, even if I don't mind like ruining my my current one and make it R18, I think Twitter's AI stuff is kind of a pain in the ass. I can throw it on Pixif, but Pixif kind of... I'm wondering if I should make a new account just so that it's clean, but then at the same time, well, what's the point, right? I've actually gone through this process so many times. I made accounts just to make Fubuki fan art and stuff like that, but then at the end of the day, it just comes back and be like, yeah, I'm never gonna go back anyways, so... If I had just put everything on the same one, it would have been fine too. The good thing is that for me, I really don't care too much if we are getting any followers or not. We just have to really sort out our skills right at this point. The bad thing is that for you guys, it's like nowhere to go to look at all the stuff we've drawn. 300 streams worth of stuff. It's just all in the archives and that's it. There's no full res released anywhere. Also all the Feilus that I'm sitting on. Alright, I'm gonna... move my hands a bit more. Release Lagoon. I mean, if I find a place to put stuff, I would just dump everything. I can send that red to you if you want. I can send it to you guys if you guys want. I just want to send it in the server. I can send it now if you guys want. Oh, but I guess I kinda... It's not that easy to send. You know what? I'm gonna do something that only I can do. I'm gonna do something that only I can do. And I'll just delete this later. But hey, where did I put it actually? I don't know where I put it. What it called? Wait, what? Was it not set? Oh, okay, probably not then. Huh, interesting. I thought I did that. Okay, let me disarm my sequence first. That's just that is still technically armed, but over here, right? Disarm? Over here. Oh, interesting. Huh. Wait, that's very interesting. Discord is blocking me from sending it. Because I turned on the... Oh. Is it because of this? Oh, this is pretty interesting. I've never been on the side... on this side of the fence before. Yeah, I have never been on this side of the fence before. That's very interesting. You guys can save it if you want. I'll just nuke the. I'm gonna nuke the chat in a bit. Okay. Line 1. Gonna up the width of the lines so that we can get through this quick. Do I disable the line? Hang on, let me see. Okay, I think that's fair. We can disable it. Oh, hang on. My arms are kind of huge, huh? I just realized. What's my target for rib cages only here? Oh, that's meant to be a bad dragon dildo. A giant one. I didn't spend too much time rendering it, and I tried to make it look a little bit more toxic, like more poisonous than it needed to be. So the colors got a little bit out of hand, and it's very hard to read. What am I listening to? How is this Minecraft music? I've never heard this before in my life. Holy shit, I don't recognize Minecraft anymore. GG. Minecraft is ruined. I don't want to force something that's super high quality, but at the same time we cannot accept hand waves here either. Because then there's no point. Oh shit. Naruhodo. Can I get the disable on the... Color is offline or something. It's kind of offline, isn't it? A little bit too hard here. Yeah, this part doesn't make any sense here. Unless it's like something super hard, just happens to be here. There's no reason why this would be here and not just doing that. But I'm not here for the logic. Actually, you know what? I am kind of here for the logic. I might just loosen this a little bit. Dubious. A new clip. Good luck. You're fine. Yeah, I know, right? I'm a little bit too pedantic about certain things and to truly excel. I feel like a lot of like even these two sketches in particular, they only came about because I stopped caring. Like I'm like I don't care about if it's bad anatomy. I don't really care if things are a little bit out of proportion. I don't really care if it's not perfect. Then I managed to get to move forwards. So really, I feel like my warm-up phase of of like art is not necessarily part of it is warm up the muscles. Part of it is getting your like visual library restarted, that kind of stuff, and building up that cache of shapes. But part of it is just trying to be pedantic, trying to be technically correct and anal about everything. Fail a couple of times, realize that that's not gonna work out. Then convince myself based on that immediate experience that just happened to turn off that part of my brain. Then things start to flow. Then things start to make sense. And art starts to work. Very interesting. A lot of mental gymnastics. I don't know how much mental gymnastics everyone else does, but I feel like a lot of art appears to be mental gymnastics. Less of technical issue. Well, okay, that's not true, but a lot of it is just learning to accept that things are gonna suck. Come out. Maybe I didn't need all these lines. Maybe all I needed was just a little bit of this. Because like we're not talking about like this is a stuffed animal, right? That means the material, like the physics of this is like there's stuff inside that's pushing out, there's pressure going out. So even if you're just kind of pushing it in on a little bit of it, it's not really gonna necessarily form like creases along the thing like a loose piece of fabric. Because loose piece of fabric form the crease because there's space for it to sort of do whatever it needs to do. But if there's forces from inside that's pushing it out, I wonder if it would still do that. Maybe it would just be like this and that would be that. That might make more sense. It's also easier to draw because I don't have to care about anything else. I just do that. Physics is hard. あ、せや、ここ忘れたわ。まあいいや。いいやね。Where's the damn thing? Oh, the eyes kind of pop out a little bit, huh? It's not flat, I don't think. Alright. Works for me. Is there a middle one? There is. Okay. Check. Oops. They can do the backup swap. Check. Just writing. Oh, neither one of these I consider physics, by the way. I didn't imagine that whether if they're standing or lying down or anything. I just wanted to have them kind of float in space, doing something. So my original vision for this one in particular is just literally floating in space. This one at least you're kind of standing, but it also doesn't really make a lot of sense. I was trying to entertain the idea that maybe she's balancing herself with her tail. But that was the other sketch that we didn't get to explore. I didn't bother exploring, rather. Maybe we can still revisit that in a different dye. Oh man, this one needs a continuous line for sure. Just get the rest of the body done here. So go here. The lines are kind of thick, honestly. But maybe it's time I start like rejecting this part of myself, because I've always kind of liked thick lines. It's easier to draw, it's faster to draw, and then it's got that charm of just being very apparent, like very in your face. It's just right there. It doesn't really fit that well. I feel like it with like a lot of the more rendery, realistic sort of vibes, but I guess I also don't really want to render. But like, why not, right? Why not just embrace it? Be more graphic. Simpler colors, simpler rendering, simpler palettes. And just focus more on the idea and the execution. Rather than spending 5 years on the fucking line art. Holy shit. This is pretty okay though. Yeah. Check this. Hear that? Yeah, it looks kind of bad. Curves here are not very agreeable at all. Right. GG, no more Minecraft. Now it's JoJo time. Yeehaw. Okay, that's so stupid. The shapes are not good. Still too round, isn't it? Yeah, I don't like it right now. Yeah, but writing is the right idea, by the way. Writing is the idea. With her. And her hobbies. Quote unquote hobbies. It's a bit weird, but I think that might be a good weird. No, it's not a good weird. Not yet. There is something here though. There is a solution here, I just don't see it yet. That's definitely a redraw at some point. I'm gonna leave it for now. Might make things complicated though. What are we missing here? You get the tail in here. This is what? Empty? Empty. Yeah, bottom being heavier. It's fine. The balance is better. そういうことなんだね。Okay, okay. We accepted the lawsuit. Oh, oops. Yeah, that's good enough. Oh right, technically it's not right. But I'm not gonna do this, I don't think. Yeah, let's not do it. It's overlapping with the foot. It's gonna make things too complicated. You know what, I'm just gonna hand wave this one. Hello Google user 07. Why did I start doing art? I think let me try and sequence this answer. Let me see how far back I have to go. Not necessarily to answer the question, just so I can confirm. I think. Okay, so here's how it went, right? As a kid, you take art lessons at school, right? Of course. But then I remember my mom always helping me out with it. She kind of taught me how to use a pencil to sort of gauge proportions and stuff. And as a result, my art was better than average in the class, right? So that's number one. As this established baseline of sort of better proficiency and therefore getting more positive feedback from this activity. That's number one. Number two, I started liking more. I started liking Pokemon. I think I'm probably like a furry at heart, for sure. Because I remember being more drawn to those characters than any other characters. And as a result, putting 2 and 2 together, I started like liking sort of just tracing out characters. I don't have any original works, right? And it was just studies, right? Is what we would call it. And it felt good to be able to do something that looked decently fine. And then as well as having like a physical piece, a copy of this character that I can sort of put beside my pillow and sleep as a kid. That was what I remember. And then later on, there was just like, I guess, stuff that I didn't like in real life that caused me to sort of dissociate from real life, right? And characters being what they are, like they're not real, right? They're not part of real life, and therefore they're not tainted by the reality that is of our existence. That's number one. Then the second thing would be the fact that I still really like the feeling of being able to have a copy of them. So, you know, you leave reality, you enter imagination, and then you sort of compound this over a couple of years. And then my wolf character got created at some point out of just natural progression, I suppose. I don't remember how she came about either personally, but and as things sort of built on, at some point we went off the deep end, but my wolf character has always been there, so then logically, you know, to return the life that I was given in a sense, right? Then learning art would be the most natural way. And that's basically the main reason for pursuing art at this point in time, is to just kind of keep a promise to bring my character to life. To bring this wolf character to life, not this character, right? This is not a wolf. But because of how important the wolf character is, she's really hard to sort of manage and come up with new ideas for. So the idea then is to not draw her yet, but to draw other characters that would be in the same universe as her, and leverage through which character? What's the most recent thing that we did for her? Let me try and find something here. Broski, where are my shit? So this is why I want a website. This is why I want a website, because I have no like good way to just be like, oh yeah, just go check them out here, you know. Like I could also say check them out on my Twitter, right? This character was something that I drew in the past, not so long ago though. Despite for being with me for so long, right? This character has been around since 2011, so it's like this year is the 15th year. At this rate, she's gonna turn legal before I even start drawing her. But
she's gonna be an adult. Oh shit.
oh yeah, she is. Yeah. They've kind of taken like a huge sort of segue and like a tangent as I'm fleshing out this other character. Right. She's more fun to draw because she's so much easier to draw. There's not a lot of things riding on her, but there's a lot of other things riding on her, but those things are a lot easier to deal with. But yeah, so why do I draw? It's primarily for the other character. In the meantime, we're kind of having fun, a little bit more fun, as much fun as we can have with art, because art is so fun, right? But yeah, I don't really like this part now. I'm just gonna ignore the physics on this side then. But that's kind of why I draw in a nutshell, I think. With respect to like why we're doing, not just why we're drawing art, but also like what exactly are we doing now, and how what we're doing now fits into the bigger picture of my own goals. Not necessarily because you asked, but also just so that I am clear myself that I am still on the right track. It's really easy to kind of just lose track, I feel like. There's nothing wrong with having fun, I think. But I think I would hate myself if I woke up one day and realized that, hey, I just wasted like a bunch of time because I didn't stay on track. That is unacceptable, I think. Unless I wonder too, like if the character was truly real, right? Wouldn't she want us to all have fun? More so than being so stuck on this idea of keeping of a promise. Yeah, last train home right now. This song. Oh, I see the sequence immediately. Holy shit. Powerful. Pinky on the outside, pinky toe on the outside, right? So small toe on the outside. You mean on stream or just in my own free time? If I in my own free time, I definitely do play games. I don't necessarily enjoy drawing so much. So as far as art goes, it's not so much of like a relaxing endeavor, more of just a duty and kind of like work. It is getting more fun though, that being said, right? As we have grinded out a lot of the harder stuff, things are becoming more natural, I would say. Some ideas, some workflow, some things are just a lot easier to do and a lot easier to get it done well, I would say, right? In the past, drawing a face in proportion would have taken hours, just a singular face. Now it's not really a big deal. So, but yeah, anyways, in free time, I definitely play games. I like to play Deep Rock Galactic. I like games that mine rocks, I realized. You just kind of pound at the rock. These toes need a redraw at some point. I like games where you just kind of pound rocks. I also like games that are basically just work, right? Because like Deep Rock Galactic, if you have played the game, it's a 4-person PvE game where it's class-based. Each class has different mechanics. They have different roles that you play, and it's kind of like a procedurally generated dungeon every time. So you would drop in, you will mine some minerals, you do some objectives, and then you'll do an extraction. So in games like these where roles are kind of tied to the classes and every class kind of have their own responsibilities, what happens is that you kind of fall into this routine of just everybody always doing this kind of same thing as long as you're in that class. But the thing is about the game is that it's very it has a very good sort of community around it, and the reason why is because first of all, it's a really good game, right? It's a very fun game. It's a really good game. There are no issues with balancing. Well, you know, for the most part, I would say that there is no balance issue. Every class is just as important as every other class. If you play one class, for example, if you play Driller, for example, who has this special mechanic where you can drill through the terrain really fast, really quick, right? Imagine a 3D sort of cave system is really hard to navigate. You're not talking about corridors. You're talking about irregularly shaped tunnels that goes in any of the sort of cardinal direction, X, Y, and Z. So having a driller makes it so much easier to traverse the map. But you will immediately wish for one of the other classes. For example, you wish for there to be a scout because the caves are huge and they're really dark. And scout has a flare gun that lights up the cave. You not only see the minerals that you have to mine, but you also see the enemies that are spawning. They're in the ceilings and stuff like that. And it gives every class like a really good purpose. And every time you play it by yourself, you wish you're playing with friends. It's just a Deep Rock Galactic. Deep Rock. Sorry, I should have probably sent this out first because it's a lot easier, I think, for you guys to check it out yourselves. But what I really like about this game is that because the roles are so fixed, if you play with a team of veterans, you absolutely do not need any word for communication. I hate this song, by the way, I'm skipping it. And you guys can perform as a team in a very difficult environment without any words for communication. That is really, really cool. You guys can just read each other's movements, despite being complete strangers, by the way. You would not have met those people in your life ever before, or played the games ever before, but you guys can communicate without any words at all. That's insane. That is really fun. To be able to conquer a dungeon without any communication. Well, like without any verbal communication. It's insane. But you do require a lot of experience. You have to know your roles and duties really well, and everyone needs to play their part. But if you can do that, it's like a fucking insane game. It's absolutely phenomenal. It is phenomenal game. Holy shit. I don't think I've played anything quite like it in my life. We can check it out later if you want to. It's Friday anyways. I'll probably be having some games before I sleep. That's just kind of how it goes. Yeah, I would say the devs did a really good job. They did a really good job not just making the game balanced but fun, but have a really good Actually, they did a really smart thing. Like games like these can be toxic, right? Whenever there's multiplayer involved, people can kind of be toxic, and it's not like the game is perfect with the community. But relative to other games, you really don't get trolls. You don't really get like really bad mannered people that often. And I think primarily it's because it's not PvE, right? It's not like an extraction shooter like a Tarkov or Ark, where people's sort of benefits or like gains are mutually at a conflict. You're mostly working together, but at the same time, they kind of put in like Warhammer 40k sort of things like 40 Emperor. They have the equivalent like Rock and Stone. It's basically a salute, and in game you kind of use it in place of a lot of communication. Saying sorry, Rock and Stone. Saying thank you, Rock and Stone. Telling people to do something for you, Rock and Stone. You know, just do it. People will know what you're talking about if they have enough experience. And then they frame everything as like sort of you're working for this really black company, right? So rather than players sort of fighting against each other, it's almost as though they're fighting against the company together. You know, they build that camaraderie against the corporate overlords. And it's really cool, like the way it's set up like that. Anyways, it's a great game. I love it. But beyond that, recently it's just been Arknights Enfield. Which I kind of ran out of stuff to do. And otherwise, I feel like there are other games that kind of just don't really stick in my mind that much. I apparently have like 500-600 hours in Apex Legends, but I barely remember the game at all. Her other leg is kind of missing. I'm trying to avoid drawing it, but I don't think it's entirely possible. I do need at least a hint in here, I think. Anyways, I go to the washroom, I'll be right back. Cool. Yum yum. I've always kind of wondered if Helldivers is like the same thing, but just more realistic graphics and more guns and that kind of stuff. That has a story of its own. It's basically VR chat lore. Because I started playing VR chat, you need to come up with a name. I'm playing it to learn some Japanese, pick up some Japanese, right? So I wanted a Japanese name, and I didn't have any idea of what I wanted. But I saw that you can change your name once every 3 months, so I'm like, why not just do something random right now? I really like the Hiragana Mi character, right? It's present in a lot of cute words, like Mimi as in for years, Kemo Mimi, right? So I was like, why not just do that? And then I just like randomly typed a bunch. I just typed exactly 5. Which turned out to be really insane coincidence, because in Japanese, trash is pronounced as gomi. Gomi, right? Go is also the way you would say 5 of something. Well, you wouldn't say it like that, but you get the point, right? It's also like 1, 2, 3, or 5. So what happens is that it became a really good icebreaker because everyone is like, what the hell is wrong with your name? And I'll just tell them, oh, you're supposed to say it like trash, like Gomi. They're like, oh, that's why you name it? And I'm like, no, that's not why I named it. Okay, great, thanks. But it's become a really good icebreaker, and eventually it just kind of stuck, you know. Because 3 months to sort of change your name is pretty long if you're spending every day playing the game and meeting new people. So eventually it just kind of stuck, and it just became, I guess it's my name now, you know. You know, it's both good and bad. It's great in that it served a lot of, it opened up a lot of conversations and stuff like that. It's also kind of bad and that's a little bit too generic, I feel like, because a singular character repeated like this, kind of hard to look it up. A lot of people have the Mi as their sort of name because Mi is once again kind of like a cute sounding name, right? A lot of girls have like Mimi or like Mi or like Mia or like what other Mi related names are there? Like the number of people I met in VR chat that has like some kind of Mi in their name, like Mia is like not just like a part of like a long name, but like either just Mi or just like Mia or something like that. Like 5 or 6 or 7 of them in my other friend group server. Or like some of the other servers that I'm a part of. Just so many. This hash sequence does not abide by the Codex Astartes right now. Holy shit, this doesn't really work. You guys are gonna see this happen a lot, by the way, because I don't draw hair consistently. It used to be a really huge pet peeve of mine in the past when I see characters where they kind of have like that their hairstyle that kind of flips, right, depending on which way they're facing, because it's always trying to set up the silhouette of the face. I kind of do the same thing with the opposite side of the face that's away from us. There's always gonna be a bunch here, but officially I think her hair is meant to just be 2 straight bangs on the side, 2 really straight bangs on the side, and half the face is meant to be covered, and then there's like another thing here, and then the extra hair just kind of goes on the left by default. Unless they're facing to the right, then they will go on the right. So it's gonna be a bit of a recurring problem here. Wait, actually, yeah, because I'm saying that the hair kind of falls to the back, so there will be nothing here per se. I'm not sure if I'm using the word per se correctly. I'm gonna go for a reset, and I'm gonna pull back relax the controller again. Yeah, don't worry, I didn't really miss anything. I'm just rambling about hair, drawing hair and shit. One of these days, we're going to be very poggles at art. We're gonna be super poggers. We're gonna be able to render and draw anything we want with environment and multiple characters and multiple different color palettes, and we're gonna be so good. Hello, Shin. What do you think of Havens? What's a Haven? I gotta look this up. Oh, those are... Holy shit, they have a name? Of course they have a name. I hate it, by the way. I hate it. But I'm about to draw some. Well, not quite the same, because mine specifically is because the hair is folded over. But I really hate when they do this shit, where they have that, like, so just to be clear, Heavens are, according to Google, when you have a character that has the, like, they have the base hair here, and then they have this sort of setup where there's this sort of negative space underside of the hair on this side. I always hated this, by the way. Super dislike it. Because I don't understand how it works. Like, how does the hair Like what hair, what, like where is this hair coming from? Like if you go at the top view, right, like your hair spawns out and then falls down. So like these hair, I guess, like are somehow with wax or something shaped from the spawn points here to cover up the front a little bit to come out this way, I guess. Anyways, doesn't make a lot of sense. I would like to see it in real life just so I can understand it. But if you guys see me design a character with their hair, you 100% know that they're not a character that I like. They're gonna probably be the antagonist or something. There's no way, dude. Absolutely no way I'm giving my character's hair like that. Holy crap. Preemptively dropping lore. Recently I've been brainstorming about the other two characters that I still have to bring online here. One of them is meant to represent things that I don't necessarily agree with. Like she's meant to be the antithesis, like the counter to what Faye represents, which is myself. Which is just more cynical, less faith in humanity kind of vibe. This character needs to have a lot of faith in humanity and the people that lives in a broken world. And I don't really know how to design her. Doesn't really make a lot of sense. I don't understand how someone would be able to have that much faith, I think. But yesterday on bed, I discovered something. I came out with an idea that would work, and now I forgot about it again. God damn it! I was gonna write it down. I kind of forgot to write it down, and then now I forgot about it. Or I'm sure I'll find it again later at some point in time. Every night my brain goes through the same sequence, anyways. Not really, but eventually it will come back around. Sure. Yeah, what was she supposed to represent? Yeah, it's kind of hard to remember now. Because even if she is a counter, she cannot just exist in a vacuum. She still has to be grounded in some experience I personally have. Oh, I know. I think I remember. Faye is more of a selfish character, right? She just does what she wants to do. She doesn't really care. If people hate her, they hate her. That's fine. She's able to accept that. I think this new character would be the one that represents the part of me that wants to please people, right? Like that wants to meet people's expectations no matter what. That's really afraid of failing. That's really afraid of just not being the person that people expect myself to be. Right. That was the theming. Right. Okay. I should probably write this down. Hang on. Why should I even write it down then? I don't have a document for her yet. I'm just gonna eat it over here. What's the word? Appearances. I think like this is what kind of drove me insane in the past. Kind of like what made me sort of disconnect from reality is because there's just expectations that you're expected to make, and at some point I think I too was also convinced that it's just natural, right? Like that I should be able to do this. Why can I not do this? I should be able to do this. So your job is always just to make it work, make it happen. And it's pretty stressful because you're never really trying to enjoy the process. It's always about just like getting the results that is expected of you. And because like the expectation was never truly established between you and like say your parents or your teachers or whatever, no one ever comes out and be like, hey, this is what I want you to be able to do, right? They just kind of expect you to excel. So there is that issue where you kind of the expectation you're trying to meet isn't necessarily their expectation of you, but it's your expectation of their expectation of you. And it's really easy as the individual by yourself, right, without any communication, to then push this expectation like absurdly high, and therefore make it super difficult to achieve, but you still feel like you should be able to and you have to. And then that's where things start to become really difficult. I think that's probably kind of how it went down. Kind of pain in the ass, anyways. Need more communication. Yeah, so this Fox character can kind of represent that. She will be a character that everyone looks up to. She needs to be the anti-thesis to Faye, right? Faye is basically just basically a loser, I think. It's basically because she doesn't care. She just does whatever she wants. She has her own circumstances too, right? So it's not like she's just an absolute failure. She has her own problems and challenges. But then the Fox would be the exact opposite, where by all accounts it would appear like she is succeeding. She's successful. People expect great things of her. But then at the same time, it's precisely because of this expectation that she is also kind of struggling a lot on the inside by herself. And unlike Faye, who at least lives her life a little bit more freely to what she wants, on the other hand, it would just be very miserable. I think that would be a good character that kind of goes against what every aspect of what Faye is. And at the same time, it's still more grounded in what my own personal experiences are. Although I do have to tackle some stuff that I'm not familiar with though, for sure. I cannot... Yeah. I need to make that character into a character that enjoys working with people, perhaps. That enjoys being social and enjoys being... This hair setup is really driving me insane. It's kind of hard. Oh shit, this is so hard. Where's the back hair actually? Is it invisible then? It's gonna be blocked, I think. Yeah, so what happens here? What's happening in this space here? Some amount of stuff is gonna go to the front. Some amount is gonna go... So some goes to the front, okay, some goes to the back. I'm gonna push the years out here, sure, why not? So we have the sequence that goes up. The stuff that comes from the back. But what's in this space then? It will be the back side of the hair. So it'll be more hair, so that's fine. I can ignore it. So this part here, I guess, can be in the back. Would it make sense though? Because what this is meant to represent is still the front half, but just second set of the front. Maybe I just not have it then. Yeah, let's just not have it. Then these things that are not meant to be visible should be invisible. Okay, cool. Cool. Capiche? Not capiche. Not a fish. Oh. Augurs of a song. Yeah, I think it's acceptable. I think it's fine. Yeah, it's gonna get too complicated otherwise. don't want to spend 10 years here. Which layer is that on? Okay, not here. Okay, that's good. Because officially this is the everything here is extra. The bloody baby. I wanna push that. Let me think, right? So there's the side bangs and then the ears. So why would the ears be in the front if the hair wasn't going to be in the front as well? I think that would be the question. If that's the case, then I'm going to push hair front and no longer have any sort of trickery with the setup. But then what happens to the ears then? It'll be covered, right? I don't really like that the ears are covered every time just because the physics always work out like that. Because I kind of like the balance of a dark shape here and a dark shape on that side. I think we might willingly sort of violate physics rendering here so that we can achieve this. This width here is also kind of big. Yeah, I think it is a little bit too big. Yeah, let's just delete it. This one too. Let's just delete everything for now. Whoa. Push that. Oh, Strike Witch is OSD. Ah, okay. So I like the hair, but primarily it's because that shape is not meant to be there in the first place. So we put that in there. I can myself out again. Right, I'm gonna force a reset. Just scrub everything. 0. Maybe I can't move the ears actually. Maybe I should have been moving the ears. Evaluate and apply. Oh, is this width more than what I usually do? That might be why. That height there is kind of taller than the usual. But it looks fine though. It looks great though. The hair volume is a little bit different than I expected. Let's put an icon. So you move. Yeah, I can't imagine how this is gonna be covered. I can't imagine it either way anyways. I don't really want this to enter the face. Be interesting, but let's not do it now. Yeah, this doesn't work either. Huh. Having some issues here. I'm just gonna prioritize stuff that I want to see and just ignore physics. And then just move on, I think. Yeah, okay. There. I'm gonna shift the years. So we get our balance here. I don't really want to cover the eyes. Maybe it is a nice gimmick to cover the eyes. But otherwise, it would remain here. I'm just gonna keep it then. We still have other problems to solve. Well, not that many left actually. Pretty much done. Ah, yes, the hand. Oh shit, it's the same layer. Okay, I'm stupid. Congrats. Try it again. Envato. Oh wait, hang on. Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna hand wave the feet. I just remember that I didn't really do anything that specific for the previous one either. As long as the idea gets through, I think we're fine. Because I don't want to get stuck. That's the whole point of this. A little bit too small. This sequence more clear entirely. I don't want to block that. Also don't want to block that. Just do it like this. Yeah, it doesn't work is the thing. It should be extruded. Coming out the bottom here a little bit. It's supposed to be here. I just don't want to cover that curve there. Yeah, this might have to do. I don't know. Other than this, everything else is stable. Inconsistency. Very interesting. Jojo. I think it's flippable. Oh yeah, it's a nice pick. For the Emperor. This face is a little bit too young. Doesn't really work that well. I did not grab the other chip. Special there. That's fine. Eye distance is a bit too wide, I feel like still. But shifting it is a little bit weird because even though this is like a straight on front view face, I didn't draw it like with a symmetry ruler. So it's not symmetrical. As a result, there's like some weird oddity with the with shifting it. Weird oddity is redundant, I suppose. It's already weird. Oddity. Double weird. Yummy, 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 yummy. Not so yummy, not so yummy. It is what it is. It's good enough. Yoink. Yoink. How do you know how long the shoulder should be? That's a very difficult question to answer. The main reason being there isn't necessarily a correct answer. Like there is no one correct answer because it depends on the proportions that you want, right? So if you look at oh man, I don't even know where to start here. So I think just in general, right? Just in general. So you have your oh, hang on, let me fix my tablet real quick. So human proportion in general tends to be 50-50 this way. It tends to be 50-50 this way at the crotch. And then in terms of the torso, this chest torso thing, which is what you're asking about, right? The shoulder width here. And then you have the hips here. So depending on what this size is, there's like a sort of nice balance looking size for the torso as a whole, right? Because if you have like a really tiny, let's say let's say we keep the same size as the chest here. We keep this at the exact same size, but we want to make the torso super long. You can do it, right? But your character will end up looking super long like this. And there are people who do like it where there's just a longer body. So it comes down to what kind of style you like in that regard. Like what kind of proportion you like as a whole. And then you can kind of decide on, hey, how big the shoulder needs to be to maintain a balance that is visually and aesthetically pleasing to myself. That's kind of how I say you can make that decision as to decide how long the shoulders would be, right? So again, like the whole overall proportion, drop it by half, figure out how big the chest should be so that this upper torso doesn't look absurdly weird to yourself. There are people who find this visually appealing, and that's fine as well, I would say. Other than that, there's just a general rule of like if you're drawing lolly characters, because again, going back to this proportion thing, if you're drawing really young characters, the head tends to be bigger overall, and as a result, like you're keeping, so the head is overall bigger relative to the rest of the body. So if you're keeping this 50-50 position here, then your chest piece here will naturally be a little bit narrower relative to the head size. Your shoulder width will naturally be narrower like this. And then if you're drawing like big boobs and stuff like that, you end up with like a bigger body and also more curved, by the way. So this is more straight here. If you're drawing younger characters, the older that they are, the more curvy they'll tend to be, at least like the stuff that people tend to draw anyways. It's kind of hard to just draw circles and squares like this, get things to look good. Doesn't really look that good right now. And now you have a wider shoulder relative to the head. And then you can make the hips wider too. Stuff like that. One head from the center. Yeah, there is so in the past the way I drew it was that whatever your head size is, like for example, we have a head this big here, right? That's about this big. I will propagate that to the chest here, and I will keep the chest about the same height, right? So if we were to draw this how do I even draw this? Oh, like this, for example. If the head was about this big, I will keep the torso about the same sort of vertical distance here somewhere, ignoring the neck. And then I'll put the hip somewhere else. And then I'll form that 50, and then I'll form the other 50. Again, like I think all of these things are just general rules, right? If you look at like a lot of Western art, especially like the more stylized stuff, you have people who have giant, like you have these like humongous looking dudes where they might have a balance that look like this. And it will still kind of work within the confines of the art style, within the stylization and proportion like stuff. I guess maybe you can make this a bit. So I don't really know how to do this, by the way, as you can tell. I'm not very good at this. But what I will say is this, right? All of these are just guides. All of these are just things that help beginners to try to get started, right? Because otherwise you're just looking at a blank canvas and you're like, where do I even begin, right? What you have over there is really good because you learned some stuff, you read something in a book, you tried it out, and it looks too long. Now this is where you come in, because you know you're gonna have to make some decisions. You're gonna have to figure out what is it that looks good to yourself, because that's what makes your art instead of someone else's art. So this process, there is just no good way. You can't really ask someone what to do and then just be satisfied with that. Or I should say that you shouldn't be satisfied with that. You have to just try it out. So what you have right now is really good. You have already learned some stuff, you've tried it out, you don't like it, and you have an idea of why you don't like it. And that's great. Now you just follow that, what you're feeling. Follow your heart. If you think it looks too long, squish it down. You can squish it down in many ways, right? If you break it down to this shape again, like if you think like whatever proportion that you have, like let's say your head, because you're talking specifically about head and sort of the torso here. If you feel like it's too long, there's a lot of things you can tweak. Maybe the neck is part of it. Maybe you want to just make this a little bit longer. Oh, sorry. Make it a little bit shorter since you're finding it too long, right? Maybe you can make it more of a square rather than a rectangle. Maybe. There's also other ways, like perhaps... yeah, you can just shift this in. I suppose you can also maybe change the scaling of it. So you keep the same original proportion of the box, the same ratio of the box. But then you make it like overall a little bit smaller. And then see how that feels to you. Proportion comparison, let me see. Resource, I imagine it's in one of those threads. Oh no, it's right here. Yeah. Actually, yeah, this is precisely the problem I'm facing with Faye right now, right? Because like a lot of anime and a lot of destylization, the height number doesn't really make too much sense. Because if you ground it in real life, the proportion just doesn't work. Yeah. I would say, yeah, you don't have to stress necessarily. Well, how should I say this? Easy for me to say, right? A lot of these things is really easy to say. I can tell you that I've been through it, and this is what I feel. But you have to go through it yourself in order for it to make sense for yourself. So if this helped, that's great, right? I would just say, like, don't worry too much about it. Just always listen to how you're feeling about it and try something. The biggest issue I had was I never really gave myself time to try. I always felt like I'm in a time crunch, and as a result, I just want the answer immediately, right now. But that's not how it works. It never worked like that. Even now, I still have to just spend time to try it, but I'm just more accepting of the fact that I have to. Yeah, I can't really see where the thing is, I guess. But the crotch is probably here, I would say. Yeah, as long as you keep trying. As long as you keep trying new ideas. Acknowledging how you feel about what you have right now. Trying new ideas. You will find your answer. You will find what is it that you like. That is the nature of art, I think. Like, there is no doubt that you will find it. It will just take some time. Oh, do you have a... Oh, I see. Actually, this is great. Actually, this is... Yeah, this is really good. Oh my god, this is so good. Shit. I got space for that. This is so good. Look at that. Yeah, this is what exactly I'm also been thinking about for Faye. I don't know which way we want to go. I mean, like, either... How should I say this? I am too pedantic to just say that she's 1.7 meters tall and just, like, have a proportion that looks like she doesn't, you know, like, that has this proportion, essentially, right? Currently, I'm deciding whether if I want to draw her like this. I'll draw her like this. And then, based on that, we'll just rescale the height again. I'll just redo the numbers. But the main problem now is they both look really good. So I don't know where I'm going with it yet, but it's good. It's good. Actually, a lot of the like ZZ. Actually, I wonder how it compares. Where is it? Where did I put it? Because this one here, right? Like, I wonder how she compares with dang it. Maybe I just stick this frame. I don't think there's a frame where she's static in this GIF, in this short video here. I need to fix head size, right? Wait, hang on. I need the canvas to be a bit bigger. Where's her head? I need to make her bigger still. Yeah, because there's so many variables you can change in art, it makes it pretty hard to figure it out. Because the shoulder width is one thing, right? Shoulder width kind of relates to the head size. But within the size, within the head itself, you have the proportion of the eyes and also how lolly they look, I think. Like, if you look at the ZZZ characters, they have these really long proportions, but then I feel like their faces are still really, really young. It still feels more like this. Rather than like you have those like the one I can think of is Sagiri from Jigokuraku. I quite like her proportions. Faye is slowly sort of evolving into this. Hang on, let me find this. I don't have a full body thing though. You have like these kind of proportions as well for the head. And everything kind of changes. Like maybe not change, but like the way you perceive it, the way you feel about it, it changes. Yeah, I think it's just the face. I think it's the way the face looks. They all look really, really young with the way their faces are proportioned and sized. Yeah, I think the virus. I think that might be a good in-between. I just kind of want to have her be a little bit more fixed. This here is more akin to the one I did of the loot of her, like this. Where the face is a bit longer, the eyes are relatively smaller. Let's see. Lomao. Is it that disagreeable? Not necessarily. I think there's just more head in the top part. It is also longer. Yeah, it's also longer. Yeah, thereabouts. Lomao. Yeah, let me keep a copy of Sagiri. I think I bookmarked something on Twitter that had a photo of her, a screenshot of the anime or something at some point in time that I really liked the thing of. I'm just gonna put her here. How tall is this character actually? Now that I'm looking at her, she is not stated. Height. Oh, come on, man. Height. Come on, Google. Do your thing. 172. According to lore, she's 172. She does feel like 172. She does feel like she's pretty tall. Like 170, 180. I would feel like she's like 180. I would love to put the side-by-side comparison of the one I did for my character against her. I want to see how it feels, but the one I did for my character is not safe for work, so I cannot do that now. I'll do that some other time. Alright. Pain in the ass, honestly. A lot of work. So much work. At least this time around we drew something that is more fun. Nani kore? Right. Why is the music ending already? It didn't start from the beginning. Alright, bridge. I like how every time I draw this part of the tail, it looks like a set of butt cheeks. Actually, is that what I'm going for? I'm only just kind of realizing like some of the stuff that's like that's a very deliberate choice here, right? To keep the fin of this other shark, this plush, like that, whereas phase one is explicitly made more round. And more Baoji Waoji. Somehow. Wait, what is this? Someday I see her again. Oh no, because that's the other one. Oh, okay. When is it about proportion, when is it about style? I don't know. Yeah, okay, just to be clear, right? From my point of view, the one that you just posted is not considered a lolly. I think my understanding of lolly is like truly like kids. Like kid size proportion. Like this is nowhere close, I would say. Like my idea of it would be like Dragon Maid's Kanna, right? I think. Like this would be, without a doubt. When is it proportion? When is it about style? I think it's kind of hard to. Proportion is the smallest and does lolly cosplay. I see. I see what you're saying, right? I see what you're saying. There is the proportion. Yeah, it's kind of hard to separate the two terms cleanly because they are kind of basically related. They're basically kind of the same thing, right? Because you have your own set of proportions that you prefer that then becomes your style. I think, yeah, like if you, oh man, how do I say this? So you have the lolly size and then you have the adult size. And then I guess everyone's style would sort of encompass some range like this. So maybe this is style 1, this is style 2. And then within the confines of each of their own style, we have the lolly. And then we have the adult. I think is how I will see it. But then these guys can be pretty close, right? You have your anime, like truly anime, right? Anime like style versus the more sort of like Arknights kind of anime. Where they have true big ass adults. And then the younger ones are, they still look older than maybe some of the adults here. Like especially like the high school sort of anime kind of vibe. Like Lucky Star, that kind of like really stylized stuff becomes really hard to gauge because I believe Lucky Star is high school, right? So these characters are like 16 or like 17, but like their proportions are like, I don't know how it works. Because their shoulder width is like, oh my god, can I get like one individual? Their shoulder width would be like your typical lolly shoulder width, where there's like basically 1-to-1. Or less than 1-to-1, but this is still kind of 1-to-1, I would say. Maybe a bit less than 1-to-1. This one is like strictly larger already, so that's why I wouldn't consider it. Not to mention the face proportion here. Like you don't really get the super lolly vibe where everything is squished below like the 1/3 line. This is kind of like at the halfway point. This is also kind of like the halfway point, but there's a lot where you kind of have more of a, I think, what? More of like this kind of vibe. Oh, but I guess your head will still kind of remain. Shit, I don't know how to quickly hack it in. More like this, perhaps? I don't know. Proportion is part of the style, yeah. I would say proportion is part of the style. It's tricky. Yeah, I'm trying to think like where am I going, right? Where am I going? I think I'm basically trying to make that decision now. Now? So where is Faye exactly though? I would say like this current style that we have here. Like this current setup that we have here, right? So, oh my god, stupid ass. Right face in your heart. This is drawn as, well, it wasn't intentional, but I do recognize that this is more of a kid, right? So this is younger for sure, younger Faye. And this one, if we define this as adult Faye, then together with the two characters drawn, with the two versions of her drawn here, we are like style 2. Because this adult version of her is still looking very young, with the proportion of the face specifically for the proportion of the face. I think we can't really see shoulder width that clearly, but you can kind of extrapolate based on the size of the torso here. A little bit more. And then the other version of Faye that we have in the ref board here, she would be the one. This one would be the one that is, where'd she go? Oh, right, she's here. This one would be maybe a little bit closer to style 1 adult. That's interesting. Interesting to think about it. I don't know if it's like that useful, I think. Because I think art is a little bit too complicated. Like, as much as I want to break it down to individual components, when you're viewing art, everything affects you at the same time. Everything affects your perception at the same time. Unless you're an artist and you've kind of trained yourself to see each thing separately, I think like most people would just see it as an overall, as an entirety, just a piece in its entirety. And what I'm trying to get at is that I think a lot of these sort of feelings that we're getting, whether if they're young, lolly or not lolly, that kind of stuff, is a little bit too hard to break down into just a specific set of rules, I think. I think this is the part of art where it's probably better to approach more intuitively rather than in a structured way. The learning and the practicing and stuff like that, I think, should be more structured. But then when it comes to drawing itself, creating a piece by yourself or trying to be original, it would just have to be more vibe based. It would just be like, yeah, I feel like this is what I want. I'm gonna do it this way. For whatever reason, whether if you can articulate it or not. Oh my god, articulate is the word I was looking for yesterday. God damn it. I guess I found it. But yeah, this thing is so hard. Like the fact that I've never really thought like how difficult art can be. Just because there's no one correct answer. It's an adult proportion. Yeah, man. I really want to make the video where I go over some of the ideas and thoughts, because like these are things that I really wish that I had known. Like to understand the fact that because there is no singular correct answer, there is no one out there that can truly guide you to the final position. You have to grind it out. You have to try all these things in order to figure it out. And therefore you should allow yourself the time and patience to do so. Instead of trying to be like, yeah, I'm gonna go window shopping for styles today. I'm gonna go window shopping for all of my favorite things. And put everything together and expect it to feel satisfying. I don't think that's how it's ever gonna work. Man. Omi was an idiot. But of no fault of his own though. To be fair, it's so hard. Holy shit, it's so hard. Things are so hard, dude. Okay, whatever. Am I missing anything else? I think the stuffed animal had like some weird markings, yeah. Yeah, I kind of like what we have here. It's interesting. It's very out of character, but she's more traditionally, I think, cute and moe for once, rather than being a grumpy gremlin. Kind of want to go in and fill in all the space with like more faces or something. Kind of tired already. Where's my animation thingy? Nani kore? Ah, iranai. Oh yeah, I was in the toilet just now. I was thinking, if we want to draw like a short animation, if there's one where she's turning around like this kind of stuff might be nice, because then I can send the tail right to the camera and smack the viewer in the face. This turn here, the tail will just come out, and then whack. She has more. Does she have more animation? Whoa, what the hell is this? H. Wow. Okay. Animations. I like the movement of the wings. I think it's a good reference for Faye's wings. It's a little bit too jelly, too jello. Oh, what the? What? How's she propelling herself like that? She's farting in the opposite direction? What? Wait, what's she attacking with? Oh, like a hammer. Oh, the wings get bigger too. Wait, did she transform? Is this the same character? Anyways, I don't play ZZ enough. I'm looking for more, yeah, like just like miscellaneous animation. Oh, this is the idol, I see. What? Oh, I think it auto-generated something weird here. Oh, it's a microphone. Right. Wow, ZZ animators are really cooking every time. Insane. Yeah, it's very expressive. Uh-oh. I remember seeing like what's the cat's character name? What's the cat named? Forgot what the cat is named. Nekomata, I think it was. I remember seeing that for the first time and I was like, I've never seen animation that smooth before. Oh, it's a different character, I see. So it's like, that's about it, right? Like, that. I'm trying to see if there's any more other animations that we can check out, but nice lag, Rose. That was a modded one? I have not. Is it modded as in like loot or modded just as in like different? Like that's not in the base game. I'm wondering if I should search it up here or should I search it up off screen? Actually, I'm just gonna search it off screen real quick. Looks fine. I mean, it's on YouTube, right? Oh, she's just doing this forever? Is this like a Gunnar thing? Interesting. Oh, okay, I was so confused. I didn't read the title, by the way. I just saw Kakashi, I saw Nichijou, and then I saw Pinterest. I'm like, what? It's so much more normal here, the suggestions. My Chrome one is just suggesting brain rot every other one. I wonder why. Definitely not my fault. What is her age? Now that's a difficult question to answer because she technically wasn't born and raised. So now then the problem comes, this is the other tricky part. This is kind of loud. Her physical target in the design stage was 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. Might be stretching it, I'm not sure. But then in terms of the amount of time that she spent on in lore would not have been more than just a few years. Oh my god, Lego Mia is playing freaking Deep Rock Galactic. God damn it, dude. How do I do this animation? I need like one per frame or something, but I can't. Can I scroll with the? No, they didn't turn it on for this. This is gonna be really hard to get enough references like this. You're gonna have to draw and then try it and then view and then draw and then view and Oh wait, this is transiting. Oops. Wow, this is gonna be so hard to animate. Holy shit. We don't have that many frames either. Because we don't pay enough money for Clip Studio. For enough frames here. Fontaine, good times, Fontaine. Perch. I might continue working on this so that I can fill up with faces, and then I will find a rendering style and then try to fill it up that way. In the meantime, this will do. Actually, let me propagate it over as well, just in case that the other one's not synced up. Alright then. Animation. Do I not have a preset? Ah, shit, I don't have preset for... Okay, 1080. Actually, this is a really good point, right? No one say anything, by the way. I'm just I hear voices in my head. But so right now it's what, like 13, 14 minutes, 14 seconds, because we only have like 2 seconds worth of playtime at this rate. I'm doing a frame rate of 12. We only get 24 frames on this version of Clip Studio that I have. Alright, this is hard. Very, very hard. That's a good starting point though. Like okay, I'm gonna have to stare at this for a bit. I need to feel the motion. Oh, but can I repeat just the 2 seconds though? So the upper body, I think, is easy to understand. No, the lower body is easy to understand. Upper body is hard. Because there's a lot of minute turning of the torso here. Oh, animate unprompted? Prompted as in what? I'm just gonna do it because I want to do it. There's contra 1, 2, 1, 2, 1. There's a lot of moving parts here. I cannot store in my brain. I'm gonna have to do this step by step. I'm just trying to capture what I can capture in my head first, and then figure some stuff out later. Is this correct, actually, even? No, they never left the okay. Oh right, I need to at least sync up the hands for one frame first. I need to sync up for one frame. Um So this is the initial sync. And then everything else will build off of this. So many problems here. I don't even know what proportion of the body and stuff to deal with, but we just need the motion in. And then later on we can try to fix things some other way. Right, so this is the reason this doesn't work here. Right. What is the head doing actually? Oh, the head is leading the movement. Okay, that makes sense. This one frame proves it, right? The head turns around first before the body follows. So the head is leading. And then in the meantime, so what is this frame doing? She is starting to return. I think that is what this frame is. So given the height of the hand, we're not quite at the point where this would be the case. We're still kind of maybe on here. Where's my onion skin? Is this it? Shoulder went up. Okay. Yeah, I wonder how that's gonna work. Okay. Feels a little bit low. I'm just gonna keep it consistent within my own stuff first. Otherwise, there might be more tricky stuff. Can get these synced. Right, this is actually going down. Means this is higher. I'm expecting stuff to look a little bit, the movement to not be correct in terms of timing, because the screenshots are not really taken at fixed timing, so it's probably gonna look kind of weird. But then again, you know, I'm expecting things to just be 100% broken too. Wait. Oh, it's smart enough to give me a folder instead of just a layer. What? I didn't know it's so smart. A huge amount of movement on the chest here. Ah, I see. You can kind of see it a little bit. It's just not flowing properly because the frames are not. The way that implies the movement is like this part especially is like bonk, like one frame. But this, this, you can kind of see it already. It's not too bad. And so other thing I'm wondering is that wouldn't I just be able to freaking copy and paste and then flip it around, because it's the same movement front and back, right? Left to right, right to left. That's the same thing. Anyways, let's continue. Oops. What is wrong with my proportion? Every nyan is very wrong. Oh shit. Not so bad though. Not so bad. Very bad though. Very, very not so bad though. What? You say? Okay. Cool beans. We're doing good. That's, this reference is carrying us basically. Is what it is. So between this frame and that frame, I think we are lacking at least one. Sorry, which one? Oh, wait. The reason it's because she started jumping. She's gonna start jumping in this angle here. Hang on a second. This should have been the one instead of this. God damn it. Okay, Broski. Why you do this to me, broski? 1A it is. Alright, naming convention is gonna be out the window. Oh wait, it's already complete. This is the same thing now. Naruhodo ne? Naruto ne? Okay. What does that mean though? No, I still need these two frames because I started here. Right? Yes. So I need 2 frames here. Yes. Oh, yeah, look at that. Ooh. Banana. Could use with one more frame in between here. Oh my god, so fast! Wow, wow, wow! I got the gist of the idea. There's many ways to go forwards from here, I would say. We can actually take over and just start drawing circles, I think. To get a feel for the motion, the direction of the motion. Then from there we can kind of figure out what the thing should be like. Let me see. In between here there should be something. Kind of similar, right? Wait, what? I missed it. It must have been a really short frame. Like this. Oops. Yeehaw, 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 yeehaw. Dang it, where is it? Let's drop this by half. I'll just put in the legs. And then we have a good base to work off of. First one is always the hardest, I think. Oh wow, we don't have enough space here. What? Oh. I don't foresee it going anywhere, honestly. It's way too much work. Yeah. This only makes sense because it's kind of fun to try it out. And I think it can still make sense if we keep the frame rate kind of low. Keep the quality kind of low. But to do anything refined and like super tight, definitely not worth it. I guess the knees are not fully recovered yet. I just realized I can't see the rest of the shoe because of the subscribe button. Not because it doesn't exist. God dang it. Oh my god, thank you, Kenny. You bastard. The legs look kind of broken every frame though, honestly. It's like a telephone game. If one of the frames are kind of poo-poo, everything else is gonna kind of go. And I think that just happened. I don't really like this previous frame here. Now things look a little bit weird. Oh, wait a second. This is way higher than I thought it was. Even higher than this, perhaps? Not sure. Yeah, it's gonna look pretty bad, I think. It definitely doesn't feel as smooth as the hands are. This leg probably needs to go higher. Knees almost together. Higher than the knee, higher than the knee. Yeah, it was, yeah. I missed that. They look like they're the same height, but it's not. This is one of those, this typical, very typical, like if we just want an animation, I should just trace the existing one to understand what the structure is, and then just go from there. Right now, this is more of a exercise and observation rather than trying to get things done, I would say. Which kind of has its own benefits, but yeah, I'm kind of done with this nonsense. It's so hard. It is so insanely hard. Well, plenty of things to do tomorrow. It would be so cool. Like as I was doing it, I was wondering if there's any sort of point, right? Like, cause it's not like we came up with the motions by ourselves, right? It's not like we had an idea and we just brought it to life, right? We are still just kind of copying shit, which feels kind of bad. But you know, if we didn't do it, then it also wouldn't exist anyways. So like, even if we're referencing heavily, and it's just someone else's motion, there's nothing original necessarily about it. To be able to put our own character in there and to come up with something, to make something that is still smooth looking and stuff, is still has quite a bit of value, I would say. Does it have enough value though? My god. I am die. So tired. Maybe I'll just hop off here. Go get some food. I'm kind of zoning out. Yeah, maybe I'll just hop off here. So I'm gonna get my computer set up. That's number one. Computer set up. And to figure out the goals for next year. This year. I'm still living in 2025. And then... yeah, I gotta pay my bills. Pay my bills, website ideation. Yeah. I think that's like an evolution of of a lot of things. One of those things is how I feel about original work. Because as previously mentioned, like shit like this we're copying, but there's still some kind of value in there in being able to make something that doesn't exist, as unoriginal as it might possibly be. And I think the same philosophy needs to be carried over for the website. I think for the UI design, for the website, I'll probably just take something that I've already seen. I think it would be kind of cool to take the game controls sort of design around the, what's the word? The brutalism. The really clean sort of surgical kind of fonts without the serifs. Oh, is it with the serifs? I'm not really sure which one is what. Without the tiny little things on it. And then we can put something together that way. That would be nice. Yeah. I just want to have something that's completely original. But that's also not, like, maybe not theoretically even possible anymore. But I say original not necessarily in the sense that no one else has done it before, but in the sense that we came up with the idea based off of certain things, and not just because we've seen it and we managed to copy it. It's my idea of original. But anyways, I think, yeah, more stuff, interesting stuff to deal with. Hello, Duvet. I'm just about to hop off here. Anyways, thank you guys for coming. I might spend like a Monday cleaning up the thing. Cleaning this up. Like not cleaning up. God damn it. I'm just gonna like maybe do a quick color or something. Anyways, see you guys on Monday. Hopefully I get the stuff that I need to get done. And we have something to work with. Otherwise we don't have anything to work with. Have a good night, guys. Thanks for coming. Thanks for chatting for the past 4.5 hours. And I'll see you guys soon. Goodbye.